Everybody, 'tis I, your friendly neighborhood space DM, with the crew of the Gloved Molotov, making everyone cough and die at my spontaneity.
It's great, Rory. We love it.
Choked.
Everything is perfectly all right. Nothing could possibly go wrong, especially now that you've got some stuff. We're going to be playing some Size of That Number, as we all want to do at this time of day on this Twitch channel. So I say, let's just go, shall we? I mean, yeah.
Sure.
So sometimes.
You seem unsure.
Pretty consistently. Let's go, shall we? So, when last we saw the crew of the Gloved Molotov, they had just scarpered from blowing up a perfectly good space station.
It wasn't perfectly good. There were problems, hence it exploded.
That's because you caused all those problems.
It got hacked.
No.
I didn't cause shit!
It wasn't perfectly fine anyway because it wasn't ours.
Again, you've got a problem. The easiest solution is a bigger problem that's someone else's problem too.
I know. However, you did a job above and beyond what was requested of you by Anton from the Service Partnership. He was very, very, very impressed. While the crew of the Gloved Molotov were dead set on heading out and getting to Harbona/Yakootahn to do God knows what, he presented to them an alternative. Going and performing a salvage operation to potentially better arm themselves for the fight ahead of them. To go to a planet covered in lightning and with lots and lots of scary things in orbit. The crew did some deliberating, and it did take some time to convince Catalina of the worthwhileness, you might say, of this endeavor. But having a cruiser is probably a lot more intimidating than having a freighter, a frigate, for flying around and doing stuff. Meanwhile, dear Dr. Charles was in a coma. But turns out said coma was a bit more in-depth than you might expect. It seems blowing up 18 spike drive cores simultaneously kind of does things to space-time, and now he's feeling the consequences of that. In his weird comatose state, he is burning through system strain, taking small glimpses into unusual fragments of reality. And though with the help of Dimitri's friend Molly, newly emerged from her cocoon and now armor-plated and more highly mobile, she used her telepathy to talk to Dr. Charles. Though he seems okay in the coma, was the takeaway, is that he's fine being in the coma for now, and to talk to him again in 9 days. The crew have accepted this and let Dr. Lucy, doctor from the SPS Nigella, tend to him for the time being. Now, the crew are basically in orbit around a planet towards the edge of the system containing QP, with the possibility of requisitioning some equipment from the SPS Nigella before going about their job. And that is where we are going to be jumping back in. The crew are all sitting around the table having a chat about what the hell they want and if they think they can get it.
Well, they're all sitting around the table. I'm in the med bay.
You're wishing you were sitting around the table.
You're
There
drooling.
is another question, though. Will you request that Dr. Lucy accompany you to tend to Dr. Charles while he is unconscious?
Is it something that maybe Lucia and Catalina could tend to in the meantime?
That is a good question. You don't know.
Okay.
Might be wise.
A conversation to have with her. Yes. What shall you do, crew?
Catalina wants supplies for Molotovs.
Okay.
I will
Could
be
we-
inside the computer working on blue that we are going to attain.
As well as like scrap materials so she can potentially work on stuff.
Okay. Pim is in supercomputer. That's what you're after. If you reach out to Anton, his response is probably going to be, "How many Molotovs?"
No, she doesn't explicitly say, I want Molotovs or supplies to Molotovs. Like, she would list the ingredients that she's after and the quantities. So essentially
Okay,
enough
so-
to make, like, 5 to 10 Molotovs.
What kind of
So you
alcohol?
need 5 empty bottles, 5 pieces of rag, and 5 bottles worth of flammable liquid.
Is more highly flammable is better.
Yeah, but okay. What kind of
Like
alcohol? If
ethanol.
alcohol. Ethanol. Okay.
That like 197 proof.
That's probably not beyond the realm of possibility. So yes, that is provided to you.
Mm.
So make a note.
You can buy 90% basically ethanol from a bottle shop.
Wouldn't you be better off just using rocket fuel mixed with oil?
No.
Not really.
Yes, if
No.
you put it in a rubberized ball with a small outlet, then it basically turns into a Mario fireball.
Cool.
Yes.
Rocket fuel needs a like additional oxygen.
Yeah, cool.
Plans the future.
H2O2. Anyway, yes. So you can make a note. You have the means to produce five more Molotov cocktails.
I just pictured Charles as Dr. Mario throwing.
As well as I would also like expensive vodka. As expensive as you're willing to give me.
A moment, he says, and then turns to his compad and pokes around. Unfortunately, we don't have many people of Russian origin on our ship, as you might expect. I personally keep a bottle for guests, but that is just the one bottle partially consumed for personal use.
Is it very alcoholic?
Yes, it's excellent vodka. I really enjoy it.
If you're willing to part with it, I would happily take it.
Persuasion.
Okay. Charisma.
Charisma, persuasion.
That's just 2d6, right?
Yep, 2d6.
That's pretty good. 9.
9. Okay. Let's see
okay,
how
it's okay.
much. Let's see how much he likes his alcohol.
Bear with me a few seconds, guys. I'll be right back.
He agrees to hand over the bottle on one condition.
What is it?
As you are well-traveled space explorers with intent to go to Harbona, he requests that you replace it with something as good, if not better, at a future date.
Once Harbona is saved and we can go there, not a problem.
Then make a note. You have most of a bottle of high-quality vodka under the promise that you...
Not sure if it's gonna last long enough for me to need to write a note for it.
Under the promise that you return the favor to Anton of the Certis Partnership. Okay. Who else has any requests?
The whole time they've been talking, Lockie's been like roughly scribbling notes down, and then hands it over to Anton. And it basically just lists off like heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, hydro arrays, anti-vehicle lasers.
Anti-grav
Uh,
tank.
no grav tank. He's worked out that that's not going to be something he's going to get. But also, he wants to be able to build a workshop so that he can work on tinkering and modifying weapons and armor. So for customization.
Okay, well, the ship has already got its own workshop.
I know, but he wants a slightly more customized one for more dangerous needs.
Okay. Just checking the list and the cost associated with some of the things you're asking for.
Even if it's just like a basic tool shelf behind a blast resistant wall in case things go wrong.
He looks at the list of heavy weapons requests and says, I already gave you a railgun.
Hey, you said ask, so
Do you really
thought
think
I'd ask.
you'll need these where you're going?
He looks dead into his eyes and with the most straight and serious face. Yes.
Okay. Roll persuasion with strength.
It wasn't meant to be intimidating, but okay.
Are you? You're huge! And you're just being like, give me the guns, old man.
It was more of he was just very serious, like deadpan. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
but
I
you
do
gotta think
need
about it
these.
from his perspective. It would be intimidating.
All right,
Yeah.
intimidation with strength.
Well, it's persuasion, but yes. So
Sorry, yes. Persuasion. That is a... No, it's an 8. I was going to say it's a 9, but then I'm -1, so it's 8.
okay. He looks up at you, looks back down at the list, and says, "Pick one."
Anti-vehicle laser.
I see.
I have a question, Rory.
I will take care of this first. Hang on.
Mm-hmm. Just letting you know.
He again pulls out the compad, swipes through. So I'm going to be pleased. Fine, but you now owe me even more alcohol. Press some buttons, they wheel over, and an anti-vehicle laser, which does
Christmas came at once.
which does require ammunition.
Yes. Sorry.
They give you 2 magazines.
Ooh. I was expecting to buy it myself, but Christmas really has come early.
This might be a bit of an aside, Anton, and I'm pretty sure that you can't get this shit, but I'm still going to try. You don't happen to have anyone on board who does, illegal electrical work who happens to have a few line shunts?
Line shunt.
Yeah. Hang on. And I pull my last one out and show it to him. Your techies might know what it is. Look, they're not legal, but they're pretty useful.
May I take a photo and send it down to the lab?
Yeah, sure.
Can you please make me a luck save, Darius?
Yep. Hang on. Shot by 1.
Okay. After a few minutes waiting, he gets a reply and says, "Sorry, no."
No stress. It was a bit of a long shot anyway, but thank you.
Not a problem. Catalina, you had another question.
Duh. Do I still have my customized vac suit? Duh.
I believe you would. Yes. Nothing bad happened to it.
Okay, I just could
Oh,
not
actually,
remember.
I need a vac suit in general, so I'd also request that.
They can provide you a vac suit easy enough.
Yeah,
Make a note. You have a vac suit.
I figure that's cheap stuff anyway.
It's pretty standard fare, and a cruiser would have a lot spare just in case.
Yeah,
Okay.
vac-suits are only 100 credits anyway.
Yeah, cheap as
Exactly.
balls.
Any other? Yes.
Having one.
Any other requests?
Some fresh fruit and vegetables if you have it.
Some.
I would
It's kept-
especially enjoy some limes.
Limes. Well. Limes.
This
Hang
is
on.
the size stuff. It's okay, but it is lacking something.
Did I do the thing? I think I did do the thing. Where's the stats? Yes. He says, well, one fun feature of having a vessel of this size is the ability for it to carry hydroponics. We don't have to stop for air. And I believe that also pertains to food. Maybe. Hang on. Tell me your secrets. Hydroponics production.
Giant book of stuff.
Yes. Hydroponic production produces food and air supplies for the crew. You have an indefinite supply of a number of accumulating exclusive crew. This option may be taken multiple times for farm ships, in which case, yes. So they have basically a farm on board near the core of their vessel, and they are. I'd say he's able to spare you a small basket full of limes.
Or any fruit, really, but
Well, limes, so like one basket of just limes and one small basket that's just miscellaneous
whatever else.
fruit. Yeah. So
I give him a big hug and I say, fresh fruit in space, it is amazing.
well, if you do well enough at your acquisition, perhaps you could have one of your own.
Duh, but that is in future.
Indeed, now you can enjoy limes for. What are you going to use these for?
For drinking.
Russian.
Russian.
Oh, look, it is good anyway. It is lots of teeth falling. What is scurvy? That thing.
Ah, yes, that old chestnut.
Look, we get all our vitamins and minerals from the paste from the dispenser, but it is not nearly as satisfying.
It's true. Right. Before we bring over your parting gift, any other requests?
Vac refresher, people.
You have one.
No, we don't. It got blown into space with the rest of our shit.
Did get blown into space. You're right.
So we need a vac refresher and a bunch of air tanks. People.
Not something Lockie would think of.
Oh, Catalina.
Darius would have no idea it's even gone.
I think Pim's maybe the only person that might be aware.
I mean,
Currently
in fairness,
making blueprints.
I mean, in
What's that,
fairness,
Molly? Little voice said to get the vac refresher.
Yeah, all of a sudden Molly's like, I hear this weird person yelling vac refresher and air tanks.
well,
Is that Charles?
in fairness, a vac fresher is only good if you're going onto a planet that has an atmosphere that contains oxygen.
Yeah, but we can pull the.
But we don't have one, so
We're
maybe
going
we
to
sound
need
go
like
extra air
to-
tanks to do work to get a ship anyway, aren't we?
It's still useful to have the spare air tanks, but the vac fresher is only good if you're going onto a planet, which it sounds like you won't necessarily be.
No. I think this next planet's a bit sparkly. For...
Because the ship itself will have a way to refill the tanks, won't it?
Yes, it'll be using your own supply of air, which is fine.
Well, then we just need tanks, people.
Anti-grav tank? Oh wait, no, air tank.
Good question. Air tank. Anton says yes. We have some spare ones in your parting gift.
This is good. What else is in parting gift?
About a kilometer of cable and some fissionable materials.
Oh, that,
Fissionable material.
do we
Yes.
need to transfer cargo for you to take
Yes.
take for us?
Indeed, we complete your delivery for you, and we give you some much required equipment for salvage operations, which you may have not done before. So I thought I would prepare this nice gift for you. So essentially, people come aboard, take away the computer hardware, and bring over basically this massive spool of cable that looks very, very chunky and industrious.
Does it have a hook on the back? The hook on one end?
It has hooks on both ends, and like as part of the fitting, there was also a small chest covered in warnings indicating radioactive substances, and 6 spare air tanks. So whoever wishes to track that may do so.
I'm not remembering what we needed fissionable material for.
I can track the air tanks because I've already got it written in my thing.
Yes.
So what did we get?
You got
spool of 1,000 feet of cable.
a thousand meters of cable. Which is designed to conduct electricity. Fissionable materials and 6 tanks. If you question why you're being given the radioactive materials, Anton says, "Well, if you're going to salvage vessels, not all of their reactors are going to be in prime condition, so you may need some
Might
fresh
also
fuel."
they need like a suit that is suitable for handling radioactive material.
Any vac suit can. It'll protect you to a degree.
To a degree or better?
They're designed for radioactive materials.
Don't
When
push
you
it.
say for a degree, it means don't eat it.
Yeah, and don't like
Hug it.
start like hugging it or anything. Be careful, but it'll take care of you long enough to do most things with it.
So I just put in 1,000 meters of cable and fission materials. 1 box.
Cool. Okay. He says, "So, anything else while you're here?"
Nope, just a day after we go, or perhaps today sometime, can you send that transmission out to buy us a bit of time?
We have that in the works. Yes.
Excellent. Sounds good.
Right. Well, I will bid you adieu. Oh! How can I forget? Will you be requiring the continued assistance of our doctor?
That
I mean,
probably.
you said Charles was happy, so like, if he's happy.
It is probably better to have someone
With a bit more medical
just
surety
babysit
than
him.
us.
I don't want to babysit him.
Actually, good point. I mean, if he dies and I told the doctor to go away, he'd kill me.
No,
It
he
would be
will come
unfortunate,
back and
yes.
haunt you.
No, he will reach out from beyond the grave and like push you out the airlock.
That he'd be like, evil spirit, come come tell you all the time. I need whiskey. Give me my whiskey.
He sends a quick message on his compad, gets a response not long after, and says, "Well, it seems she is okay with that arrangement, assuming you have somewhere for her to sleep."
Well, we can convert extra sleeping quarters into guest quarters.
Right. Well, you best be on your way.
She will not have to hug the reasonable materials for warmth.
So,
Can if she wants.
Anton just says, "Right, we have some work to get to now that you've got this wheel moving for us on QP, and you best get salvaging."
Before we leave, Catalina will just go straight up to Anton and just like really close face to face. And you will keep us updated on the situation, though.
I will do my best, though you are traveling into a region of space that doesn't contain comm satellites, so you'll be somewhat in the dark for the duration of your mission.
Then keep a catalog and update us when we get back.
Of course.
Good. And she just walks away.
Okay. Assuming that no one else has any other interjections, thoughts, or requests, Anton will bid you a fond farewell, make his way back across the gangplank, and your ship is decoupled from the SPS Nigella and set free back into space.
As he's walking off the ship, Lockie's just going to lean over to whoever is next to him and just be like, Space Ghost a real thing?
Who is next to you?
Who is next to me?
What?
Space Ghost a real thing? Tassie.
Tazi.
That,
Yes,
that makes
Tassie.
perfect
Well, if
sense.
Darius overheard that, he would just be like, well, duh.
I feel like Tassie would as well. To be honest.
Tazi says, "What I've seen, though my religion does teach us to expect the unexpected."
He's gonna like lean back, nodding, like, cool. First you get psychics, and then you get space
Looks
ghosts.
like a bulk detonator.
Okay. So the crew of the Gloved Molotov set off. Now, you already completed your 2 days of travel to the edge of the sector last week. So you are only a few hours out from making your jump. I will take us over to the map of the sector. Your destination is here in hex 208. What path are you going to take to get there?
Probably. What was it? 208.
If you go,
That is double.
This is probably
Yeah, like
best
that.
path.
that will be easier for you. Yes. Okay. So you can begin charting your course. Can you please make me a navigation roll?
I can.
These are the ones
Which
you
is
don't.
5 plus 2 plus 1 plus 1. So what's it? 9.
That is sufficient. Your chart is plugged in, and you are preparing to depart. One thing does occur as the engine is spooling up, and you're performing your final checks, though. There is a message that arrives to the ship addressed to Catalina.
She's already furious on the edge of life, man.
I know. Okay. Give me a moment.
Does the person that receives in this message actually pass it on to Catalina?
It would be seen by Darius first, since he's the comms officer of the ship.
Oh, hi.
Depends what it says.
It just says it's just a message addressed to Catalina from
Yeah, I'd pass it along.
Harbona. Okay.
In fact, I'd probably call her in. Wait, Cat.
What is it, Darius?
Look, you're gonna want to see this one, and I'll just play it.
Okay. What you see is a video feed of the interior of your father's workshop. It is dimly lit, and there is a variety of empty vodka bottles in various states in between the camera and your father. He looks utterly without hope or reason as he is looking into the camera, and just says, like, and it seems like he's been crying very, very recently. He says, I'm so sorry, Catalina.
Wait, pause it.
I'd pause it and just
Okay.
just put the message on hold, and then just
Catalina walks out, grabs Dimitri, a bottle of vodka, and comes back.
That really nice one you just got?
Probably.
Any bottle of vodka she can lay her hands on quickly.
She's gonna take a swig of it first. Okay, go.
What? What is going on?
don't actually start it. I wait for a few seconds and just stare at her for a bit. Goes, are you sure you're right in the head at the moment?
I need to know.
What is going on?
All right, fine. And I play it.
You would recognize my father.
Oh,
Message
no.
you, Rory.
He does not look as nice as the last time I saw him.
He looks disheveled and emotionally distraught. So play it again, and it says, it breaks my heart to have to tell you this. I don't know what news you get out of our system, so I might be it. Your brother, his fleet, his ship, like, and then he just kind of dissolves into about a solid 30 seconds of sobbing. And it's like the really ugly, unpleasant sobbing with lots of sniffing.
She takes another swig. And also passes it over to Dimitri to have a swig.
He regains his composure by aggressively blowing his nose into a hanky and says, they're sending people out to where they crashed. I couldn't bring myself to go. To see what happened, it's too much. First, Anna, now Alec. And he just kind of like grabs his compad, gets it kind of weirdly close, and it's shaky cam. He says, promise me you'll stay safe, Catalina. Promise me. I can't. This war takes its toll on all of us, and I can't lose anyone else. And then it ends.
There's nothing there that we didn't know. Just keep it together.
He did not mention Mama.
That means she's probably fine.
I hope that is an assumption that is correct.
We're going to get weapons and ships now, and then we're going to go back and solve this problem.
He would. I don't think he'd look like this if it was your mama that had passed. He still has some semblance of coherence in this message.
It's true.
Your mama, like my mama, is like backbone of family.
It's true.
That said, if they have enough means to send out a search party now, that means he's safe at the moment. At least they're not smack bang in the middle of the war zone. If they have the time to send out search parties and investigate the areas, then they've at least got some comfort from the storm.
I will mourn when I get when I see for myself. Until I see body or until it is certified, I will not mourn. I would not believe. I would not accept that he's dead. Nor should you.
I am trying my best not to lose hope, but there is very little hope in my heart.
We'll put the vodka in there.
She grabs the bottle back off you. That's what I plan on doing.
Put the vodka in there until you cannot feel the hurt. For now.
If you need me, I will be
Passed out somewhere on the floor.
in the lower bay.
I will trip over you later.
Probably. And Catalina will walk out.
Dimitri,
Hmm?
stop lying to her. We know
I'm not lying to her.
Darius just sort of sighs heavily and turns back to the screen and then flicks it
There
off.
is little hope, but there is not none.
You're giving her false hope.
This is what I believe. So this is how I talk. He is like brother to me. I don't want him to be dead. I don't want him to have thrown his life, well, maybe not thrown his life away, but done big heroic show thing and maybe not really changed much. Like, it is not worthy of his memory for me to think like this.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. I get up and leave the room too, and I sort of flick open my compad, and I've got my family open on that. And the last message I sent to my father, which is basically, fuck you, I hope your leg hurts. And I just sort of look at it for a bit, and then close it again and keep going.
After he leaves, I just punch the wall. Stop, that fucking hurt. Ow.
I just poke my head back in. You destroy my fucking You know what? No.
I punch wall, buddy,
Don't
not
break my
screen. Like
condom.
you do it.
Oh, right.
Fuck off.
Fuck the wall. Yeah, whatever.
So Catalina goes downstairs with her bottle of vodka and just goes and drinks and punches the punching bag like she did last time, just to vent some energy and emotions.
Well, everybody, I hope you've enjoyed the second character theme song I selected.
It is shit. Fuck off.
This is called.
Not.
This is called Ghost
like-
Town.
I'm like,
Oh,
creepy
rude.
sad music. I wonder what the message is gonna be like.
So rude. So mean.
I heard it and just thought, yeah, this is Catalina. Yeah. Moving on.
That is just for you, Pim.
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing is that
Um,
Catalina has no confirmation of anything, and that's the worst part, is the limbo.
I go downstairs where I can hear a punching bag dying.
She's probably also yelling at it too. In Russian.
Russian.
And very
go-
unintelligibly. Like it's like garbled Russian. It's not even proper.
I say, Lena, do you remember that time that your mother had just baked those cookies, and she turned around and Alec and I might have made off with half of them, and how she chased us around the house with a wooden spoon?
Duh, I remember. Didn't she also throw a broom at your head?
Duh.
Okay.
I can't remember whether it did or not. Maybe it didn't, that's why I can't remember.
Or was that the other time when you stole the cakes?
I did not steal the cake. It never happened.
Why do you bring this up?
To make you think of happier times.
This is true. They were happier. But right now they hurt. to remember them.
Duh, but it is better than having no memories at all.
Is true. I don't know if I want to yell, scream, cry, drink myself silly, punch something until my hands
I
bleed.
haven't. I have not seen you silly for some time. Maybe try that one. Maybe you too can try. Oh wait, that is something else.
It's true. It's been a long time since I did something stupid. No, that's not true. Since I did something silly.
No, like every time I land on a planet, something stupid happens. But
Hey, Dimitri.
Duh.
I remember when we were kids, you and Alec. You got me to help you make this little, like Jack-in-Box. As prank. To scare Mama. She was furious.
she was not impressed. She was not impressed at all. I think it was banned from house for a week.
Let's make another Jack-in-Box.
Oh,
Duh. We'll
who do
see
you
who
wish
we...
to scare? Surprise.
I don't know yet. I just think it would be fun.
Might have to get Pim. Actually, Pim would love this.
He probably would.
Pim can put box carrying you in kitchen, perhaps, and next person to come and make coffee can have the shit scared out of.
I like it. It's been a long time since I had fun.
Okay, we do this.
Okay.
Pim, are you listening? We need your assistance.
Who isn't listening?
It's rare that he's not paying attention. It's okay. Maybe we can skip him too.
I know what will scare Pim if we poured vodka into these.
No. This expensive vodka. We don't use this one.
No, we'll go to my room and we get the shit stuff.
Why do you even carry the shit stuff? You know it tastes
Oh,
like
look.
shit.
Yeah, because after a while of drinking the good stuff, I cannot taste it anymore, so then I drink the shit stuff.
I guess so. But still. Oh, it's like petrol.
I drank aviation fuel once, just to see if it tasted like vodka. It did not.
Dimitri, you have problems.
At times, this is why I drink.
Damn.
I suppose that is your life's choices.
It is not my liver's choice, I don't think. This is why I have cut back lately.
Me too. As strange as it sounds, I have something to live for, even if a lot of things are gone wrong.
You have always had a close connection to your family, much closer than I, to your family.
They were my whole world. They meant everything to me. They still do. And I can't help but sit here and think...
What? Shut. Shh. Happy thoughts.
I know,
Happy
but...
thoughts. If you don't think happy thoughts, I'm going to wrestle you to the ground somehow, and we're going to end up doing something stupid.
I cannot
With
help...
vodka.
I cannot help the regret, though, that I feel.
Regret is for deathbed. You are not dead yet.
I suppose. Sometimes I wonder if I'm dead on the inside.
Nah, yet. Not yet.
Maybe.
If you're getting upset about your brother, or your mother, or your father, then you're not dead on the inside yet. Darius, he might be dead on the inside.
He is less dead on the inside than he likes people to think.
Duh. But I'm just going from my outward appearance.
You'd realise that I'm within earshot, because I would have.
Yeah, and I don't care.
Mechanics lab, and I would have started working on stuff.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I would have been
Catalina's
hearing
probably
tink, tink,
not
tink, and then
paid
dead
any
silence when I
attention.
said Darius.
No, I probably would have been ignoring you, and I would have just turned the radio on to static and turned it up full bore.
I can't help but think that maybe things would have been different if I didn't leave in the first place.
Perhaps worse, perhaps better. You do not know. This is what happens in past.
True. But I've been putting something off. I think it is time for me to ask for help.
Help.
Duh. You remember Yakootahn when you came to pick me up?
Duh.
I think it's...
Not that I knew it was you at the time, but duh.
I did not know it was you at the time.
No.
But...
It is a glorified taxi role that I take on sometimes.
But those people, I think it's time I ask for their help. They're good at finding out information, and I'd like to learn what happened to Annie.
I think if you found that out, that your parents would appreciate it, but
I need to know for my own peace, but also so that we can, if she is really gone, send her off.
On.
I don't like the idea that her soul might be sitting, spirit might be sitting in agony, in limbo. Or maybe she is just sitting somewhere in a dark room, being mistreated. And that thought scares me more. So I just need to know.
Ask. We get help.
I'm going to ask before we leave communication network.
You had best be quick then.
Done.
Go, do it now.
Before I change my mind, I suppose. Anything you want to know?
Yet.
No, okay.
Well, many things I want to know, but nothing I need to know right now.
Thank you, Dmitri. And she'll give you a big hug.
That is alright, little Lena.
You are good substitute big brother.
Well, it's not like I didn't spend any time with him being your other, well, annoying big brother.
You were always second big brother, but now I don't have first big brother, so I guess that makes you number one now, eh?
I still think I am playing second fiddle, but it is fine.
I don't
little
think
bit.
Alec would have trusted anyone but you to take his place.
I have not taken his place yet, but thank you for thought.
Alright, I'm gonna go send that message.
Yeah, go do a thing.
And Catalina will go and send a message to the old folks' home. And it will be addressed to the archivist or the librarian.
Okay.
And she'll basically, it'll be a message along the lines of, hey, it's Catalina here. I hope everything is well. Please pass on my regards to the nurse. I have not heard from her in some time, and it would be nice if she could send me word. I'm a little bit worried about, the family. I hear, my little Anastasia is, the flower, the plant that I left behind is, not doing so well. So if you could take care of her and maybe, give me an update, that would be fantastic. It might be a challenge to look after this one.
I'm trying to pass the subtext. It's important to actually write down exactly what you're saying and not just paraphrase because of the layers you're putting into this.
Well, yeah, I have to code it.
I know, but I have to write it.
Oh, and I'll have to come visit sometime soon, hopefully. I have some new toys that might spark some excitement. Which is a direct message to say that it'd be nice to catch up with Sparks at some point.
Do you have to roll culture to write a code?
This is just...
Maybe to
she
interpret
flippin',
it?
like, she would have
Yeah.
been using stuff like this for a while. Okay.
This is pretty
Anything else?
standard message for us.
Yeah.
I might be in the area soon, so if I can, I will come visit. Let me know if anything has changed. Much love to you all. Take care. And then she'll sit there and set up her phone and go to record a message for her father, and then not know what to say, kind of take a couple of swigs of alcohol, and then put it away and go, I can't do this right now. This is too much. She doesn't know what to say.
Okay. Well, with nothing else pressing going on, the party shall be entering drive space. You are entering drive space on the 6th of August, so one day after my birthday. So, journey to Hex. Stop. Hold on. Departure 6 of 8. Arrival 12th of 8. Yes, it is. Yes. So we have a period of time in drive space, 6 days, and I think just to take care of this for stuff, let's go and spend some time with Dr. Charles. So, buddy old pal, I already gave you one of the 6 you would get from your journey last session. So you, if you choose to do so, have access to 5 points of system strain to spend on investigating your visions. Would you like a refresher on what they are, or have you got notes?
I've got notes.
Yeah.
So, the first thing I want to do is I want to look at the shadows fighting.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to go revisit some of the other ones.
Interesting. So, on your first day, you focus on the dueling shadows. You look directly north. Your view is completely engulfed by these dueling shadows, and all at once you are standing in what feels like a white geist. So it's like everything around you is just completely white, and it goes on into infinity in every direction, except for 2 large black rectangles, one to your left and one to your right. Both of them are casting shadows at each other. And as you stand there, these 2 shadows are basically pushing back and forth as though one is trying to assert dominance over the other. And as you continue to watch, the one on the left, basically, like the entire monument just grows, and its shadow grows too, and eventually it completely overwhelms the shadow of the one on the right, and basically then casts its shadow completely over the second obelisk.
So the right takes over the left?
The left takes over the right. And that is all you really see. And then you are pulled back to your pie pieces and left floating in the middle. Can you please make me a mental effect save?
Why?
Because I asked you to.
Who knew a psychedelic coma?
I rolled an 18.
Okay.
So
It's all
yes,
right.
I very much succeed in that because mine is a 12. Yes.
Yes, it's a 12. You managed to hold it together. What else are you going to investigate for the next 4 days?
So I want to start by going back to number 2.
Okay.
A strange structure with the high winds, the bright light that I can't reach. And I want to see if I can get any further.
Okay. Right then. You regather your mental fortitude and focus on that bead of light once more. You enter it, see the previous details, the mysterious structure swept across by wind embedded in a valley, and you try and push forward even further. You kind of have this moment of like twinged pain, as though you are actively pushing beyond what is comfortable.
Yeah.
And you are basically presented with the psychic equivalent of "Are you sure?" Like, you feel kind of I could stop right now if I wanted to. Like, it's presenting enough resistance that you could stop, but if you want to push forward, you can.
Fuck.
What are the rules to this game, Christian?
I imagine it's something like a torching if I push too hard.
No, go big or go home is the rules.
No.
Those are your rules, Chris.
Those are this party's rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and how well has it worked for everyone in the past?
I mean,
Hey, I'm
it's
not
turned
dead.
out pretty good so far.
Pretty well, yeah.
I'm
You're the one in the coma.
Yeah, we're all good here. You seem to be playing most, so
I feel like you're the only one that really feels the consequences of your actions. I'm not gonna lie.
That's because I was brought up better than all you fools.
So,
But you guys also rub off on me. I'm gonna push.
yeah, look at
Okay.
that, gotcha.
you push in deeper. Can you please make me another mental effect save?
Not my fault.
I like this die.
Yes.
Like, that's another
Yes.
18.
Okay.
This die is agreeing with me today, and it hasn't tried to kill me yet. So
You focus further and further into this piece of pie, and what was initially just like a weird, pleasant, like safe space to be, as you push deeper and deeper into this piece of pie, it feels very real and oddly visceral as you push in deeper. And while previously you were just perceiving strong winds, as you push in deeper, you can feel them across your entire body. It feels like you are basically standing in the middle of a hurricane, being like torn apart by aggressive windstorms. You move in closer. And I need to check something.
Oh god. And I die.
You see that this large structure that you are moving closer towards isn't actually a single structure at all. It appears to be several, all comprised of large, blocky, rigid architecture. You get closer, and the scene you see before you is akin to that of an abandoned city. There's crumbling buildings, crashed vehicles, storefronts smashed open and looted. It looks desolate. But as you are able to zoom in further and further, you see signage that is, while not recognizable in terms of words, you do recognize the language. It's Russian on these signs. And yes.
Would I be able to like remember the letters?
Question. Hang on a second. I'm gonna check exactly what the letters might say, because I think I did do a bit of prep for this a while ago.
He only did a bit of prep, which means he wasn't expecting me to get this far. I wasn't expecting me to get this far either.
Or as a party, we have thrown so much at him.
That too.
He just couldn't physically prepare for it all.
I previously anticipated the possibility of you visiting this place and made some preparations. But then you decided against it. Ooh, I think I found the appropriate page. Is this what it was? Did I? I don't think I did. Hang on.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wrong planet, my bad.
Wait. Is the DM bamboozled?
Indeed.
Oh, it is. Wait, what? What?
Yep.
What?
He sounds bamboozled.
I'm just imagining Rory in his conspiracy room chamber with all of the red string and pins.
Basically, yes. Okay, I mean, that's currently what I'm holding up is the board with the string lines going. What? Okay, I've realized what I've done. I've opened the wrong file. My apologies. Contact database. I opened the player version, not the me version. The me version has way more detail because it's for me. One moment as it loads. My apologies for delay, but I would like very much to get this right. Boop. I didn't. I guess I didn't. The signage. I'd say the sign you were able to focus on is that of a place name. Like the sign you're looking at is formatted and is positioned in such a way that you think, okay, this is probably like the name of a place. And you can make me an intelligence roll, just flat intelligence, to see how well you can attempt to internalize these characters from an alphabet you don't know.
Let's just go with 9. I got a 4.
Okay. Unfortunately, you aren't. I'm going to be honest. From my perspective, as an English person, as you are portraying an English person, it's a lot. Like Russian characters are a lot, and so you try your best to retain it, but there's so much stimuli going on. There's just a lot happening that you aren't really able to commit.
Can I tell where the light is coming from within the city?
That is a good question. I did a thing. Hang on a second. Let's go. Oh, that's where it is. That's where it is. That's where the thing is. Did I do it? Did I do it? Was it in the book? No. Yes. Made planets. 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 Yes. Here it is. So you're basically looking down a road, essentially, with partially crumbling buildings left and right. The bead of light kind of growing is, it looks to be towards like the rear of this city, kind of offset from the main road to the right slightly.
Well, for this time, as long as I can stay there until I get pulled back into the circle, I'm going to sort of try and explore the city itself, moving towards the light.
I think as soon as you spot the light and go, okay, you are immediately pulled back and return to your pipeline of possibility, having done something quite cheeky and lucky at the same time. Okay. You have 3 more days. What do you want to do?
You like to have a sundae. Nuts and cherries on the top with the chocolate sauce.
It's going to punch you, I swear to God. Fuck. I already know about the pre-tech jump gate. And while there might be a lot of pre-tech there and sci-tech there, it's broken and there's nothing really I can use there because I'm not a teleporter. I'm gonna do. Fuck. I'm gonna do one more to try and focus in on the 2 figures. The tall, strong woman and the feeble, short man, and the object that lands next to them.
Okay. All right. Next day rolls around, and you focus once more. You enter into the vision that was just tall woman, feeble man, and an object landing next to them. And once again, you go to focus and you feel that wall, that resistance, where you need to willfully push yourself through it to get that further connection.
I'm guessing I will have to roll.
Please make another mental effect save.
That's a 14 instead.
Okay, that's good enough.
I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do enough one because it's getting smaller now.
Okay. You push through further, and let me see what detail it is. Yes. Damn it. Anyway, you push through further, and while previously you felt battered by wind, now you find yourself standing in a sun-dappled field. It's quite warm, actually. It's a very pleasant, warm day. There's a gentle breeze. You can smell the trees around you, and you can hear the sound of the whip cracking on the back of the small man being wielded by the large woman.
Damn.
And he appears to be toiling in a field with many other men of similar stature being stood over by...
Right, I'm on the planet of the Amazons. Cool.
And as you see this unfolding, you look up and you see what was just a shape is undoubtedly a space vessel setting down in a field not far away from these two figures. I'm going to pull out my book. I'm not rolling up an NPC, but I am rolling up a name. I'm not sure if that counts on the bingo board. It's
I feel like it
not-
definitely counts.
It's not a person.
It's a random roll. Oh, it's not an NPC?
It's not an NPC.
Then it
but
doesn't
it is a
really
name.
count.
Speaking of which, D100. Okay, 70. See if that makes sense. The vessel that sets down appears to bear a name on its side. This vessel is named the Pelado. Pelado.
Pelado.
Yep. And you see, stepping out from inside that vessel, two figures. They are also very tall women. But they are carrying and wielding vastly superior technology to that of the indigenous population. They look quite similar in terms of build, like stature, ethnicity, but they are wearing advanced armor and carrying laser weaponry. And just as they stand clear of their gangplank and walk towards the indigenous, your focus is pulled back once again, and you're back in your psychic pipe hand.
Right. Right.
2 more days.
Okay. I'm gonna start going down the road for heat, the flames.
Yeah.
But if I feel it strain on my mind, I'm gonna pull back.
Okay. You focus on the intense flame, and you realize as you focus more on it that you aren't seeing only an intense flame. As you focus on this spot, your perspective actually widens, as though a camera is panning backwards from the source of the intense flame, and you see what appears to be a massive worm that is radiating this intense heat. It is basically erupting from the ground, basically like emerging from a freshly made pool of lava, rearing up, like spitting molten lava across the rocky landscape, and then burrowing back into the ground and continuing to worm its way across this landscape.
Yeah. No, that worm sounds a lot more terrifying than the doom worm. The doom worm doesn't spit lava and shit. Well, crap.
and that's what you see after seeing it like basically worm its way across the terrain for a few moments. You are pulled back once more and are back in the pipe. 1 more day.
I'm okay, guys. Should I go for changing night sky, tentacles, well-groomed fur, or try my luck trying to go back deeper through another path?
I don't think they get to help.
I think it's a meta question.
It's an average character question that will be affecting his choices in character. So I don't think.
Fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
Well, my advice is try all of them at once. Go big.
I can't split my mind.
Why not?
Not with that attitude, you can't.
Why not? I can.
Someone in the Twitch chat suggests tentacles because you deserve a good time.
Really, people?
Do you really expect any less from our audience?
No.
No, I don't.
Especially not from that audience member.
I'm going to go down the path of the changing night sky.
Okay. You focus on the path of the changing night sky. As you focus in and clear through some cloud cover, you realize that the night sky isn't a night sky at all. It merely resembled one. What you are looking at is a very complicated circuit board. And the points of light you were seeing were various LEDs lighting up as signals were passing to and fro. From your perspective, you can actually see all these beads of white light, very reminiscent of Tron, making their way through the circuit board and causing different LEDs to light up as they go. And while this is all quite beautiful, you can see that a bead of red light is working its way in from the edge. I'm seeing more and more of the Tron metaphor now, but it's fine. And basically, it works its way in from the edge of your view, and seems to be it seems to pause intentionally if its path would intersect with a beam of white light, then continue on once the path forward is clear. It keeps on moving and finds a location in which to settle, and then becomes stationary and begins to send out several smaller beams of light from this location. It does this for a few moments before all of the other white lights stop. They stop what they were doing, and these beams turn tail, and all at once, all of them converge on the point of red. And then you are pulled back and are in the pipeline once again.
Charles is coming out of this coma and turning into a psycho guy that's going to have like writings all over his walls.
What does it mean? What does it all mean?
Okay. I'm going to start resting.
That is the end of the first jump. Because it is now 8 o'clock, and I'm sure the rest of the party are also hoping to do some stuff in their downtime. We'll go for a break right now, and then we will continue with what the rest of the party spends their time on in their journey from Hex 0008 to Hex 0108. Okay?
Okie dokie.
Sounds good.
Oh, good lord. All
Please
right.
press the button.
We'll be back in about 15.
Back in bed. Bye. Everybody, welcome back. I have a thought of what occurs to bring some things together. First and foremost, Pim, you are spending 100% of your time in the supercomputer, focusing hard on the task ahead of you. However, you get a visitor on the first day of the journey. Tazi pays a visit to the computer room, makes her way inside, and basically attempts to use her like the credentials she has on board the ship to try and log in to the supercomputer.
Like, the screen literally just flashes up, and there's like a cybernetic version of Pim's face going, "What do you want?"
Oh, I was hoping to run some. I've lost the word now. Some simulations on the computer, if that's okay.
Can I ask why?
Well, Lockie has asked me to help him build something, and I'm at a point in which I need to decide.
Is it a weapon?
Yes.
Allocating you some simulations.
Oh, excellent! Thank you.
Very well. I will create a sublet so that you can use it without interfering.
I appreciate that. Are you working on something important?
Yes.
Right. I'll get to work then, shall I?
Thank you. Goodbye.
And so for the remainder of the day, she is typing away on the computer. If you care to pay any attention to it at all, it's pretty basic stuff. It's just like tracking projectiles.
Every now and then, if I see a mistake, when I pop my head in, I'll just quickly correct it.
And she'll be
like
quite
Clippy.
surprised. Yeah, so like she's very much in the zone, and as she's working, she like has headphones on and is like vibing along as she's typing. So as soon as you like pop up, she's like, "Oh," and goes, and thanks you for the assistance. So, on the second day of the journey, Lockie, what would you be doing during just like normal daytime hours during this trip?
For the most part, he is going to be doing what he usually does of disassembling and reassembling his different weapons.
Mm-hmm.
And he's basically trying to work out if there's ways that he can improve them.
Of course. Tinkering, messing around. Fair enough. So you would be in the workshop then,
Yes,
I
quite
expect,
often.
on the second day, when Tazi happily happily walks past you in the morning, says, "Hello, I'll be back in a bit," goes upstairs, comes back down with having taken a file from the computer and says, "I've such good news, Lockie.
Oh, what's up?
So, you asked me about this weapon you're making, yes?
Yeah.
And I had a bit of a stumbling block, which was achieving the desired range from lasers. I've run some simulations because I'm at the point where I require feedback from you to properly pursue a direction. I can't do anything else until I choose which option you would like."
All right.
So,
let me out.
Number one, she pulls out a holo projector, puts it down, presses the button on her compad, and basically a 3D scan appears of option one. This one is kind of a bodge between projectile and a laser weapon, where the weapon will fire a projectile and then once the projectile is close enough, it fires the laser. And she plays a short, like graphic indicating how that would work in practice.
Interesting. So it's like a gun that shoots another gun.
Kind of, yes. It's a very unusual approach, but it does solve the problem. Though the ammunition is a bit expensive.
All right. What's the others?
Okay, option 2. She swipes across to another one, and it is a much chunkier weapon than you might expect. Like, you're used to seeing a sniper rifle having like a decent-sized back end, like a fine, sleek barrel. This entire weapon is like a thick, chunky boy. From like beginning to end. She says, well, this is me trying to pack as much power as possible into the laser emitters, and I had to make some necessary changes along the way to accommodate the required power output. It can fire up to 1 kilometer. Just the bolt is quite noticeable in transit. It'll look pretty bright and visible as the energy discharges.
So not exactly a stealth approach, but
it does
big
achieve
and-
the range.
Big and melty.
Big and melty, yes. It will hit somebody in the head, and then the head will probably no longer be there.
All right. I'm liking this. What's the other one?
The third option is it's more standard fare, and she swiped across, and its shape looks to be a pretty decent looking sniper rifle in terms of build and layout and things. She says, I saw you were somewhat interested in the functionality of carrying around large power cells on your person to power a weapon, and this one is much the same. The downside is a B-type power cell will only power about 2 to 3 shots, so it needs a pretty hefty external power source to make it work.
But I'm assuming it packs a bit of a punch.
It functions comparably to the stats I've got on a sniper rifle. It can achieve the range. It's pretty quiet, considering, but it has this unfortunate downside. I mean, if you were indeed trying to assassinate people, you could make your shots ditch the power cell and run, potentially.
Sure.
These
Do you reckon you could potentially hook it up to like a battery pack on your back?
You could certainly carry the power cell on your back, as I've seen you do already with that one. She points over to Vesuvius.
I gotta say, I do like sound of a nice big one, but this ain't for me.
Oh yes, you're surprised.
Hmm.
It's very kind of you.
Well, you know, just kind of going for a bit of shit at the moment.
I mean, if it's enough of a bother, I could approach attempting to redesign perhaps making a custom B-type power cell that's less one solid slab and is perhaps more flexible and can be more evenly distributed over your person.
Ooh, that sounds kind of cool.
So perhaps like wearing a vest that is maybe even 2 B-type power cells. Let's think about it. A bit bulky, but the weight could be spread across your entire person.
Let me have a think on it.
I'm gonna try and refine some of these programs. Okay.
All right.
And she heads back upstairs and does some more tinkering. And if Pim, you're watching, she opens up a new file, which is which she calls custom B power cell prototype vest, and just starts like messing around.
I would have been in the room the whole time just working on my own shit. But
Indeed.
after she's left, I'm going to turn to Lockie and go, Lockie, you're not the first one. I'm just thinking, you could probably do something like make the rifle itself a drone control base and the projectile a drone, so it could shoot around corners and shit with the right modification.
You know, that'd actually be kind of cool.
Just a thought. I'd need to work on it. I've never really made anything that small for drones, but some sort of stabilization parachute deployed at the right time could make it turn.
So like a mobile turret.
Something like that. I don't know. Oh, anyway, I needed your hand with some shit.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna... How far along am I with my drone stuff, Rory?
Like 2 days left until your coding is properly done. You probably got a few like fine components currently being like machined in house at the moment and also to finish off the body.
Okay. Actually, no, 2 days. 2 days. I'm gonna need your hand.
Yeah, no worries. Give us a call.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
Okay. So now that the intentions of Tazi are done, what else are people planning on doing for this journey?
Come back
Mine's
to me.
obvious. So I'm
Finishing my thing.
Finishing your thing? Okay. Lockie and Dimitri.
I'm going to read a book and watch stars go by and maybe play Russian. No, wait, not Russian roulette. I can pretend I can have revolver with no bullets in it. Just spin it around and go click.
I mean, that's one way to pass the time.
Did you mean like backgammon or something?
Yes, we're going to play backgammon with myself. No! Actually, I can play chess against the supercomputer. What?
If you are thinking about playing a game like chess or backgammon, you would probably see like Molly would just like scurry across the ceiling into your chambers, and she'd just go, "Hi, games."
Games. They're good for exercising the mind.
Ooh, I have one of those.
A mind? Well, duh.
Yeah.
I know you have a mind. Would you like to exercise it? Okay. Apparently, I teach Molly how to play chess.
Well, she was curious.
I feel like Molly would win every single game.
Yeah, probably.
I think I'm gonna ask a roll to be made. Like games were played previously when Tazi first arrived, and I think we chose a good stat for playing a game. What was it?
Are you muted?
I'd say tactics for chess.
Yes, tactics. That was the one. Yeah. So can you please make me a tactics roll?
I mean, it doesn't matter what you roll. She can literally read your mind.
Yeah. 5.
She rolled an 8, but probably has like a -1 to tactics, so 7. I'd say the reason she like halfway through like the first game after explaining the rules, she is just sitting there going like as like during your turn, she's like seeing like as you're making moves, you can feel a little bit of a tickle in the part of your brain that's choosing, that's like the reasoning behind it and what your follow-up moves are going to be. And then she has like the worst poker face ever. Like her elation is very clear on her bone features and in her psychic voice. So you make the move and she goes, and then moves a piece to counter your strategy. This is fun.
Sure.
I know.
So I think about where I'm going to move the piece and then move it somewhere else.
Oh, okay. Just roll me 2d6.
3.
Oh, okay. You make a play. It's not very good, but Molly is confused. She says, "What? But you... What? Why did you do that?"
Because normally, little one, when people play a game like this, one person cannot read the mind of the other.
Oh. Is that not okay?
I'm not the... Well... It makes it harder on the... It does not make it fair.
What?
It is not equal if you can see what I'm doing as I do it.
Read your mind, I can't talk to you.
Oh, you can talk to me, but you have to not read my mind in between.
That's fun, but okay. Shall we start again?
Sure.
Okay. One more tactics roll.
Shit. 3.
She rolled a 9 on the dice.
Yeah, I rolled a 4 on the dice and I'm -1 in tactics. So
Yeah, she is also -1. So I'd say by beginner's luck, she beats you without paying direct attention to your mind. And she goes, "Oh, I win! Was that better?"
Duh. It felt fairer. Duh.
Again?
Sure.
And you can
Keep
keep on
playing.
playing as long as you want. And
And then I teach her other games.
yeah, like perhaps backgammon, maybe not Russian roulette.
Not Russian roulette. Maybe normal roulette.
Yeah. Still, she really enjoys spending this time with you and is just like incredibly happy the rest of the day. So like I feel like once like at certain points as Darius is like tinkering away down in the workshop, he'd see Molly just like walk across the ceiling, go, and then keep on going. Just like exploring the ship, seeing everybody, waving hello, just being really happy. Okay. Darius, would you like to attempt or like jump forward 2 days to your Panther bot?
Yes, I might.
Okay. So, as everybody is doing all their various things as Dr. Charles is being tended to and all that jazz, we jump forward 2 days to the 10th of August, which I suppose we could call your Panther-bot's birthday. And you have all of of the components before you. You have a completed prototype Pantherbot body.
Excellent. I'm going
And
to call Pim, Tazi, and Lucky down. Oh, and Lucky, bring Vesuvius.
All right. Don't have to ask me twice.
yeah, it's okay. You call for the crew. Wait, it was
Some of the crew.
Locky, Tazi, and who?
Pim.
Pim does not reply to your hail.
No. Okay. I guess Pim's not coming. Damn it. Would have liked that, but shit.
Catalina's
right,
probably upstairs in her room.
I'm just dragging the robot by its back legs out into the large area of the bay and placing it down, wiring it in. And I'm going to wait until everyone gets here.
I'm going to use this guy for the time being. The same thing I used for the Yakootahn.
Sick.
So you've got Pantherbot. Tazi comes around the corner and goes, "Is it time?"
Just about. I wanted Lucky to be here with Vesuvius just in case this thing goes fucking haywire. But yeah, I'm about to boot it up.
Oh boy, it's gonna be cool. This is gonna
And
be
Lucky
so
walks in
cool.
basically just with it over his shoulder, just like, "Sir, I mean, I'm not going to complain about getting to use it, but
Yeah, look, I'd rather not have to blow a hole in the ship either, so make sure you hit it, if you need to, that is.
Now you've cursed me.
My bad. I just like, I'm still just like dealing with some wires on its underbelly and shoving it around. So when I boot this thing up, if it happens to grab onto my neck or anything like that, most of its monoblade teeth aren't in, but like it could still probably crush my windpipe, so maybe shoot it.
Got it. Blow it to pieces."
Yeah, only if it needs to. I'd rather not do this again.
Yeah, don't.
Okay.
All right, I guess here we fucking go.
Are you turning it on connected to your head or
Yeah.
just okay?
Yeah, no, it's got a manual switch, so it's actually not connected by power. I think the way that I would have done this is it's got station keeping anyway, so the only way to turn it off would be to physically disconnect wires.
Okay, and so I'm just asking, as you're turning it on, are you connected to it mentally or just turning it on and seeing what happens?
Both, probably.
Okay. So you've got a loose connection to what's basically like DOS, like the DOS backend of your creation, and as you begin to turn it on and get it whirring and set to go, it basically does all of the classic like first time boot up stuff where it asks you to set certain parameters in the software, asks you where to get its operating system from, and then begins installation.
Yep. Primal, can you hear me?
After about a minute of initial boot up, it does. It was kind of positioned with like all four paws on the ground as well as its belly, so it was quite low. So it boots up and goes and just stands up straight up, and is moving like very rigidly at first.
Primal, are you there?
It looks up at you, blinks.
You all right, buddy? Can you hear me?
it just starts walking around.
Huh. Interesting. I thought it would be intelligent enough to communicate. At least it hasn't lunged at me yet. I'm gonna just follow it round and just like slowly start tapping into it with my mind, just trying to see how far I can push it without making it go berserk or anything like that.
Okay, you make a connection easily enough. This is basically part of its first time boot up. You've designed it to have a VI brain that can do like basic learning, but first the VI needs to have a full understanding of what it can do. So basically, over the course of 5 minutes, it goes from just like very awkward, stilted moving to like figuring out different, more efficient combinations of movement, and it goes from just like randomly walking around to like sprinting in circles.
It's a calibration test
around the perimeter of the hangar bay. And once it's done that and it has an understanding of its body, it looks up at you and says, "Woof." In your head, like you just hear the word "woof" in your head.
I mean, I did not program that. How you doing, buddy?
Woof, woof, word,
Words.
words.
How you doing?
Self, form, why?
Why not?
Good point.
There's no real reason why any of us are here, but I figured you'd be.
You get the butter.
Oh my god.
But I figure I needed a buddy, and you seem like a pretty good one, yeah?
Buddy.
Yeah. This is fucking weird. I prefer Pim, but
Who they? And kind of walks over to Lucky and does what and basically sniffs.
Then close the lake.
Easy, they're friends of mine, and therefore friends of yours.
Define friend.
Ally.
Not hurt.
Not hurt. Someone who's more valuable than you are.
I understand.
Interesting. This thing has a strange personality. I've stuck speakers in it, so they're probably hearing bits and pieces of this too. It's weird. I would really like Pim to have a look at this and see what it is exactly thinking.
So Lucky, so upon you thinking about the speakers, this form looked up at you, and just from inside his mouth, you can hear like a rough tinny woof.
He's just gonna be like, "Who's a good boy?"
Fine, good.
You're a good boy.
I am a good boy.
Yeah, you are.
All right. I walk over and just sit down and just go, Primal, open your mouth for a tick. And I'm just like screwing in the monoblade teeth now to just, and then it's got like 2 large fangs and four claws on each feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, do we have something we can test this on, Lockie?
Probably got something lying around.
I mean, Catalina's got that punching bag. Do you suppose she uses it that much?
Unless you want to become the punching bag, I would not suggest it.
I mean, I'm the one with the, 300-kilo robot dog? But yeah, all right.
If you really think that's going to save you, be my guest.
I'm just gonna find like a chair, a bit of machinery, something that we've got around, and just like, hey, Primal, that thing there, it's not a friend.
And it basically begins to like lurk around it. It's like sizing up its foe, like this not friend.
No, it's not. And I'm just like nervously taking 5 steps backwards.
Mhm. As it's like thinks to itself for a little bit, like raises a paw, sees the claws go, and while they're out, slashes across the back of the chair, just like carving 3 grooves into it. Goes, woof.
Oh, you're a good boy.
It slashes again, this time harder. And all at once, your connection with it feels tested. Like previously, this was just you saying, okay, do some stuff, and it's saying fine. But now it's almost like you telling it to be violent is making it tap into the Gurtar section of itself. And it goes from like fluid but still very refined movements to basically just like teeth out, tearing into this thing and just being like, "Arr, arr." And then once it's done completely destroying the chair, it looks up at you with this kind of anger. Like,
Rocky. I
You just
take
hear
like 5 steps back and just go, I'm going to try and take control back now, and if I don't succeed, put a very big hole in it.
And you just hear the charging of Vesuvius.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to take full control of it.
okay, please make me a computers roll with your brain space.
And what? Computers?
Yes, computers roll. With intelligence.
15?
Oh yeah, you can do that now.
No,
God
that's not a hack. Question.
Yeah.
That was not 3d6. That was 2d6.
No. I know, but you're still disgustingly good.
Yeah, but I haven't clarified this with you. I took the hacking perk. Is that for all computers rolls or just when it's hack specific?
That is a good point.
I'm happy to play it either way because either way it's disgustingly powerful.
When attempting to hack a database or computerized system.
Ah, okay. So no,
Yeah, so
in this case it's a straight computers roll, which is still 15 because I did.
Indeed. So as it's kind of prowling towards you and looking at you like your dinner, each time you like focus with your brain, it kind of slows in its advance towards you and goes, and then keeps moving a little bit. What are you saying to it in this hack? Or in this focus of, no, I am in control?
I'm just going to be repeating to it, pack leader is here.
Okay. It gets closer to you and closer to you. As it gets to about here, as its 4 claws land, the claws retract. It does a lap of you and then like curls up on the floor next to your leg quite comfortably.
Oh, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? And I just like thumbs up at Lockie, but I'm obviously breathing pretty hard.
Like, oh god.
Not going to get torn apart by a 300 kilo machine today.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, this is interesting.
It looks up at you and says, What are these feelings?
This is pretty much how life's going to be from now on. I'm going to tell you where we go, what we do, and in return I'll protect you and keep you running.
I understand.
Speaking of things to protect, yeah, I pull up all the database files of everyone on board the ship that I have. I don't have the doctor.
Mhm.
So these people, these are part of your pack. You protect them.
You are Alpha.
Correct. At least for you, I am.
What are they to me?
Equals.
I understand.
I sort of look over at Lockie and go, this thing is incredibly hierarchical. If I don't give it some position, it's going to turn.
Don't bother me none.
All right.
And he's gonna turn and kind of look back over his shoulder and go, Alpha. And just smirk.
I just sort of pissed myself laughing at that too and go, yeah, look, Lockie, we all know in a real fight you'd kill me, but come on, let me have some fun.
He just smiles.
Primal walks up to you, Lockie, and says, "Hello, designation Lachlan."
Howdy, good boy.
I am a good boy.
Yeah, you are.
The goodest.
Bestest boy.
So basically, Primal does a tour of the ship, and wherever anybody is, he pokes his head into a room and says, "Hello." Like, he'd probably find Catalina next. Like,
I'm walking like half a meter behind it very quickly, just in case it does go
Uh,
south.
Catalina's probably in a room, or maybe the kitchen drinking tea, coffee. Coffee, probably.
So-
More likely coffee.
So this very heavy-set looking, panther-looking machine approaches the kitchen table and says, "Hello, designation Catalina."
Hello, strange looking mechanical dog? She just looks at
I ha-
Darius.
Yeah, cross between the leopard and Goethe, but close enough.
I've been informed I am a good boy.
Oh, I'm sure you are. Okay.
Rounding you would probably, Dimitri, you would probably hear like the sound of scratching at your door.
And then open the door to see like inch-long claw marks a centimeter deep into it.
Yeah.
My bad, Dimitri, just working the bugs out.
Hello, designation Brother Dimitri of the pagan faith.
That is a little bit long, but okay. And who might you be?
I am a good boy.
Oh, really? Good boys do not scratch doorways.
Understand.
Hey, Darius.
Yeah.
What treats does a good boy get?
This one? He doesn't need much. Maybe something to maim every once in a few days.
Something to maim.
I mean, it's got 3/4 of a Goethe's brain embedded into it. Oh, yeah. Just don't tell it what to do and what not to do, by the way. It's got some weird kinks that I think, or things that it might do. No,
Weird
not
kinks?
that sense, Dimitri, and I raise it. Just like frown and sigh heavily.
Eyebrow goes up.
No, not in that sense. Just like, it's not fully tested. It's still malleable and very plastic. I don't know what it'll do if you give it weird orders, or at least don't think about every single thing you tell it.
Okay, I will not tell it not to scratch doors.
Primal has at this point walked off and is now standing in the doorway of the med bay and just says, "Hello, Dr. Charles Barker, MD, PhD."
Hey, Primal, unfortunately, that one's unconscious. You'll be able to say hello properly in a few days.
What is unconscious?
Non-responsive.
You know before you got turned on?
It is not responsive. That is easiest explanation.
Yeah, probably.
Dr. Charles Barker, MD, PhD, is pending completion. I understand.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm happy with that. I just keep following it around the ship as it causes weird moments with everyone.
After a very monosyllabic conversation with Lucia and Tazi just hiding, he would probably do a lap and say, "Where is designation planetary interfleet migrationary manager?"
I believe he's in the supercomputer. We can go have a check if you want to see.
Yes. He approaches the door, goes to raise claws, looks up, puts the paw down.
Only break doors if someone's in danger. Here, I got it. And I reach over and just slide open the door and walk over and sit down at the computer and just tap the space bar on the keyboard twice.
At this point, Pantherbot Primal has walked over and is addressing Pim's Echo and says, "Hello, designation planetary interfleet migrationary manager."
Well, that's a VI for you.
Yeah, look, I mean, yeah. Pim, just don't be insulted, but I've had to say this is equal to everyone on the ship simply because if I don't, I'm worried it might kill me.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, I don't.
What is its name?
Primal.
Designation Primal. Over here.
Turns, walks towards the source of the noise and says, "You are elsewhere."
Designation Pim. I reside within armatures, much like your body.
Pim. Amending definition.
Protection of crew paramount.
Confirmed.
Understood. I'm going to go back to doing my blueprints now. If you want me to word anything for Primal, was it?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Do you mind setting aside the subroutine just to set up, I don't know, standard Asimov laws? At least Asimov for us. I don't care what you do for everyone else.
It seems to me that this machine better, probably not from routines. After all, routines can have scratches in them. I will write up a training program, a simulation.
That would be
Does
good.
that suffice?
Yeah, thanks, Pim. That's really appreciated. In the meantime, I'll make sure it doesn't, I don't know, eat someone it shouldn't.
Very well. I will go back to writing up the blueprints. Your simulation should be done soon.
Sweet. Thank you, Pim.
Very well. Bye.
Primal looks up and says, "Alpha, this unit does not require sustenance. Explain."
Your purpose as a machine is a combat machine. That means that you will, at times, be forced to protect all of us. That's going to include violence.
Stand. This unit is built for combat.
Correct.
Where is the combat?
At the moment, there's none. But in the meantime also, you do have a secondary function, which is that we can use your core to do a little bit of processing on the side.
Understand.
In
And
fact,
then,
I'm actually going to do that. I'm going to give it basically a series of chess games, combat problems, all of that sort of stuff to start training its tactics abilities.
Okay.
Because otherwise, it's not going to know anything.
After giving it that, it basically curls up in the corner of the computer room, and basically its eyes just start like flashing various colors, and it just sits there for hours, just playing chess with itself.
Yeah, I just give it a light nudge with my foot and just go, Primal,
Alpha.
if Pim tells you to do anything at the moment, you're to listen to him, okay?
Understand.
Awesome. Thanks, Pim. And I'm just going to leave it in the computer room and close the door.
Okay. Right. With that in mind, let us go to Pim, because you are working on some things.
Yeah, specifically blueprints and a simulation for the
Indeed. What
robot Yakootahn.
what specifically is the objective you're trying to achieve with these blueprints?
The blueprints, mainly to, how to put this? So I've taken a base cruiser blueprint, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to design it to possibly give it a...
midway through.
Pardon?
You just muted midway through. That's why I cut you off, because we couldn't hear a large chunk of it. Sorry.
So, but you are assuming base cruiser.
Yeah, basically taking the base cruiser and then making changes to thereof using like pre-tech information. So essentially what I'm trying to do is create a cruiser better than current or common cruisers, but like sort of like an amalgamation of pre-tech and post-tech, because I know we can't achieve pre-tech, but we can achieve better post-tech using better pre-tech as a basis.
So you're trying to apply pre-tech design sensibilities to a post-tech structure, not like full-on pre-tech, but using like lessons of efficiency and practicality learned from pre-tech and applying the previous. Okay, then. Let's go for a bit of a skill challenge then, shall we? First, please make me a tech pre-tech roll.
I love it. All right.
What you got? Cannot see.
6 and 5. Plus.
Oh boy.
2.
Good heavens, yes, you are able to.
Maybe. Hang on. What's my pre-tech? Yeah, 1. So it's plus intelligence. That's
13. Okay. You are able to basically trim the fat, as it were. There's a lot of caution and redundancies that come in certain designs of standard post-tech ships that, in your experiences, you found aren't as necessary in the long run. So you've got a list of all avenues to pursue. Now, please make me a tech post-tech roll.
it's not as good.
What's the smaller one? It's a bit,
4 and a 3, so that's
7 plus.
So, plus 2, so 9.
Actually, plus 3. Sorry.
3. Okay.
I've got 2 in post tech, so that's 10.
Okay, yeah. 10. That's also not bad at all. And please make me a final roll in tech astronautics.
Which I also have skills in.
Of course,
it's going very well for me.
It's your primary function.
A 4 and a 4, so that's 9.
Okay. With all that rolled together, you have, and if you were to pursue this for the majority of the journey, you think you could have a pretty good, like, approach to a very streamlined ship. I personally haven't given them this much thought as a DM, so wording it eloquently isn't something I'm able to do at the moment. But basically, you think that if somebody put a cruiser class hull in front of you, you would have a lot of very good ideas of how to make it better.
Yeah. Basically, I just want to increase speed and, just make it better.
A lot of your
How
calculations.
I do that, I'll have to discuss with you.
A lot of your calculations are theoretical because you don't know quite what materials will be available upon arriving, but you are making some educated guesses, and you think you're decently okay with what you expect to encounter. Yeah. So you are
really good on that pre-tech.
Yeah, that was good. So you're plodding along quite well in terms of progress, and spend most of your time in the strip just focusing on that. You're going to be well set to just know all the things. Okay. Does anybody have anything else they wish to do prior to re-entering normal space?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
It's alright, Pim. Did you have a thing you wanted to do?
I mean, yeah.
I was going to say, perhaps I should design and roll for this.
Yes, the test algorithms. That would be a computer roll.
Which I also have skills in.
It's almost like you are exactly in your wheelhouse right now.
Can you see those?
No.
Down a bit.
6 and 5.
God damn.
You're rolling well.
Indeed, very effectively. Okay. So
that's +1. Yeah.
What are you hoping to teach Primal?
Basics. So, what to do, what not to do, what is acceptable socially, when to attack, when not to attack. Just because we don't like this dude doesn't mean people, that kind of thing. Just common sense mostly. And there's going to be a big emphasis on family.
I mean,
can you hear me?
It's not you muting, it's just occasionally your audio cuts out for like a few seconds.
Hang on. Do you want me to switch to push to talk? Might make it easier.
Possibly, yes.
Sorry. It's just I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, me too.
How's that? Much better?
Much better.
So far, so good.
Cool. All right. So basically, I want to teach him the same thing sort of Pim's learned, which is the emphasis on family and protecting family. So all the members of the crew, the pack, as Darius put it, are family, and the life of all family is paramount. So turning on one's own family is basically turning on one's own existence.
Okay. And what would these simulations look like? I feel like it would be something akin to, like, you code like a basic, like a series of encounters where it's like you are on a street, your alpha is next to you. A person approaches your alpha and extends their hand. What do you do? And then just run that as many times as it takes for the response not to be kill you.
Yeah.
And then they would probably ramp up where it's like your alpha is being held at gunpoint, and the person speaking to them is speaking loudly and aggressively. What do you do? The Primal goes, I will kill.
I will kill quietly. I don't want them to shoot my alpha. I will come from behind.
Yes, so probably the first few permutations are just Primal jumping on him full on, and then Darius gets shot in the crossfire. But then eventually he would probably learn to be more careful. But yeah.
Okay. Let's switch over to Catalina then.
Just roll me a d4 quickly, because I'm curious, because like you're proposing a lot of stuff, and I'm just curious to know quite how long it's going to take for you to code it. What you get?
We can't see that one.
Oh,
very small.
3. Sorry, I
Okay.
forgot push to talk.
It takes you about 3 days to code that to your absolute satisfaction, and then basically the rest of the journey is just Primal spending a lot of time to himself, just like curled up in the corner of the workstation, running through all these scenarios and learning.
Yeah, I want these ones to be the first ones it goes through because these are the rules of things it can't do. Then I'll present it with all the genocides and things that I want it to do.
So,
How do you teach a VI how to act normally?
Yeah.
yeah, so all of these simulations are basically establishing the groundwork of some of the most common encounters that he may have with people. They. Are you trying to gender Primal?
I would ask it. What do you feel like you are?
By designation, I lack external reproductive functionality, therefore I must be female.
I mean, yeah, but you don't got any tits either.
I understand. That is a good point.
Hang on a sec. There should be a little bit in the back of your brain, something that's sort of sealed off. Can I get you the
Give me 5 minutes and a wrench, and I can fix this problem.
There's a very early understanding of gender from this Primal as well.
Yeah.
Good heavens.
Yeah.
So
But
you're trying to
get it to tap into the Goethe that's brain I took.
So trying to figure out the gender of that Goethe.
Yep.
Okay. Make me a computer roll.
How did the Goethers run? Did they have genders or 11?
Okay. Roll me a d4.
Two.
The brain was that of a male.
Ah, there you go. You're a boy. Or a male killing machine, at least.
I understand. Where is my external genitalia?
You don't need it. Trust me, it's okay.
Going from episode 1 of Rick and Morty to episode 2.
Yeah.
Where are my balls, Heather? No, Summer, yeah.
You shall call me Snowball for my fluffy white fur.
Yes.
The advantage is you gave them up in exchange for this sick metal body that will protect you from harm.
Understand. My body is sick.
In a cool way.
I am sick in a cool way.
Damn it.
I am a good boy.
Yeah, you're a good boy. Tim, I'm going to leave this to you. I'm going to fuck this thing up.
Okay. Catalina, last thing before we drop out of drive space.
Just realized I can't spell. Okay, so after she had her little chat with Dimitri and things like that, and me, over the next little bit of time, she would have spent some time cleaning her room, organizing things, just as a way to, like, organize herself. And also she would, as she's doing that, she'd get Alex's jacket and put it away in the safe so that it is safe. So she folds it up very carefully and puts it in there, and in doing so, she is reminded that she has the orb.
Yes.
Which she's had in that safe locked away since that incident in that planet that one time. So descriptive. And she's going to pull it out and inspect it. She'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot about this shit. Like, what the fuck is this, man? Okay. That's Alice speaking, not Catalina, but you know.
I made notes. What did I do? Hmm. Bother, where have my notes gone? No.
We've got to stop referring to old stuff because it makes it hard for Rory to track everything.
I keep it all in the same book.
I'm joking.
I think I remember what it was meant to be. So as soon as you reach in and you pick it up, you feel it in your brain hole. Basically, what was a nice simple swirling of blue gas basically begins to behave a bit like one of those plasma balls, and some of the gas kind of attracts itself to your fingertips, and you feel in your head a hello.
Hello. This is not what I expected.
What did you expect?
I don't know. I was given this with no explanation. Who are you?
Who gave this? Who gave me to you?
I don't remember her name.
She said that you didn't have the vocal processes to actually pronounce her name, and that to call her Prey.
I'm gonna actually mentally project an image of her to the orb instead of saying the name. Wait, does this help?
Ah, yes. She's delightful.
Delightful, yes.
Ah, yes. The name that rhymes with explosive diarrhea.
Do you know why she gave me to you?
Honestly, no. But, now that I think back on the situation, maybe it is because she saved my life? And I'll kind of, like, sort of let the memories flash across my mind and just, like, give them a vague update on, like, what happened. Because it'll be easier to do in pictures than in words.
Yeah. The voice says, this isn't your first time encountering a telepath. I appreciate this form of communication.
It's not the first
It is
time.
much easier.
It is difficult for me, though. It takes lots of concentration.
Yes. You are not as well trained as my people.
I suppose that is true.
I do have some information to give you in regards to myself.
Duh.
If you intend to have separate conversations with me, I advise you try to compartmentalize our conversations inside your own mind. For each time you speak to me, my knowledge of you and our previous interactions will reset.
Okay, I will note this, and next time we talk, I will make sure that I bring you back up to date.
Yes.
Just let me
Please,
make a mental catalog. Hang on. Okay.
So, the first thing you should do upon encountering me is give me all of the information we have shared together, so that I may be of complete use.
Okay. I can do that. Alright.
So, how may I help you?
Do you know anything about the process that I went through? The machine that I was put in?
Yes. May I see?
Sure. My memory is hazy of this one. I will try my best. And she'll try and remember what she can because she was really groggy and out of it at that time.
Yeah. He well, they find what they can in your brain. Says, ah, yes, this is very peculiar. Your species is very malleable.
Okay.
Did you want any further information?
Duh. Could you tell me about the chemical makeup of my new body?
Yes, your body. It seems to have been restructured to accommodate an iron-based substance that was present in our atmosphere.
Does that mean that I could survive in your atmosphere?
My understanding of your anatomy is correct. The majority of your respiratory system will need to be replaced first, but that is on the way.
What do you mean on the way?
The body is being slowly replaced. Is that not how all bodies work?
They don't normally change from flesh to metal, no.
Over time, cells die and are replaced with new cells. However, in your case, as your cells die, they are replaced with the superior option.
This won't stop me from being able to breathe, will it?
No. It will, in fact, expand your possible breathing options.
So I can breathe no good air?
Potentially, yes. I'm unclear of the specifics of the environments you may be encountering.
That's fair.
Are you aware of how long it takes for the body of a human to be fully replaced over time?
No, I have absolutely no idea, and the one person I could ask is currently in a coma.
That is unfortunate.
Duh.
Well, is it... Can I answer any more questions?
I have so many questions. Tell me about your people.
People. The Hola.
Duh.
They were, I should say, a remarkable race. We are much reduced since the calamity. But those of us that survived have volunteered our consciousness for periods of our life to power what remains of our machines. You are not, in fact, interacting with a Hola. Simply 1 year of my life.
That is incredible.
It does have its upsides and its downsides. For example, I cannot learn anything besides what I knew prior to going in.
I see. I have a question.
Of course.
Do your kind adapt to environments easily? New environments.
We are somewhat flexible. I believe you are more flexible than we. We found it quite pragmatic to shape the genetic ethics of others. You have encountered a few of these creatures, including one you refer to as Molly.
Oh, duh.
There are many different varieties of the Strantids, and as we grew more advanced, our race was able to shape them to serve a variety of purposes.
Interesting. Well, we are in search for a new home for you, people. Your people.
See.
I don't know what to look for though in a planet.
Allow me to provide some information. It seems that like us, humans also thrive on an oxygen nitrogen mix of air. However, our air contains a small portion of a unusual organic metallic alloy that became bonded with you. This came about as a result of the plant life on our planet, and the metal fortifies us as we grow. So we would be able to live on a planet that you live on. Our bodies would be lesser and more feeble by the lack of this metal in the atmosphere, and that is not ideal.
But if you plant your plants on this new atmosphere, it would not create this property in the air?
I suspect we may need to go so far as to terraform a potential new home to make it so that the majority of the planet contains these plants.
So it's probably better to find a planet that is not already inhabited.
If you value the lives of the inhabitants, I agree. Or perhaps you could help us find a smaller home, a dome perhaps, that we can leave incrementally.
Oh. Oh.
If,
Lucky
if,
knows
if
about
just,
domes.
if,
Him does too.
If just the dome contains our trees, then inside the dome we are safe, and outside we may use breathing technology to remain comfortable short term.
Okay, this is good to know. I was curious. We had some ideas in mind, but I was not fully convinced it would be appropriate. But maybe it would. Maybe it would be okay.
See, I appreciate the care you're expressing toward my people. Even though you've spent not a lot of time with us, I feel real empathy inside you.
It seems only the right thing to do. Your people do not know us, and they came to aid us, and they saved my life without knowing anything about us. Is that not kindness as well?
Over our existence, we found life forms not our own weren't always as understanding.
Fair enough. I guess I believe that no one deserves to have no home to go back to.
Yes, I see that your home is in turmoil.
That is a very tactful way of putting it.
I do apologize if I'm prying. It just seems to be at the forefront of your mind.
Is okay. It is on my mind a lot, especially these days. That's okay. But I think you can understand where my empathy comes from.
Yes. Great loss can often fuel great empathy.
Well, thank you for sharing your information with me. Is there a limit to the times I can do this with you?
Though I suspect the more we speak, the more difficult it may be for you to retain all of the information I require to converse fully.
That is understandable. My brain is feeble compared to that of your people, I think.
We are well practiced.
Then I better get practicing.
Perhaps.
Okay,
It has been a pleasure.
indeed. Thank you very much. Oh, before you leave, do you have a name I can call you? I clearly cannot say it as is.
Not one I believe your mouth is able to pronounce. You may call me Mentor.
Okay, that works. I will remind you of this next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good day.
Good day. She'll be like, okay,
Put
that
down
was
the
the
orb.
weirdest thing I've done in a while, and I've done some pretty weird shit.
Having a weird conversation.
She's gonna put the orb back in the safe, close it, lock it, and then spend the next, hour writing down and recalling every single possible detail she can of that encounter.
While staring at the safe.
Probably.
You're weird, Mentor. You're weird. Okay. With that, we shall be dropping out of drive space in Hex 108. It is the 12th of August. There is no real news or comms data to be beamed to the ship, as you are kind of in a crossroads situation.
Mm-hmm.
You now need to plot a course into uncharted space. Now, I will remind you, this is more dangerous and requires a higher roll to be successful.
It's probably worth getting an assist for.
Yes, Dr. Charles?
Have I recovered any of my system strain?
Can't hear you.
Mike.
Have I recovered any of my system strain and health?
Health?
Yes.
Still probably not. Because you've been actively damaging your body on purpose. So we went through 6 days of your visions. This is now the end of those 6 days. So
okay.
if for the next 6 days you focus on ignoring the visions and just try and get better, you will.
I rolled an 8 on assist.
On assist? Okay, that will assist. Dimitri, please make me a navigation roll.
It'll be 9.
Okay, have a look.
Yeah, 9. 3 plus 3 plus 1 for intelligence, 1 for navigation, 1 for assist, yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, 9.
Are you happy with that roll?
Well, that's pretty good.
Okay. I'm not sure whether or not the like a charm ability of an expert allows you to know whether or not it was successful before you can re-roll it. Hang on. Skill checks, expert. Once an hour, the expert can re-roll a failed skill check. I'm going to tell you that roll is not good enough, and it will fail.
What about 13?
That is more than you needed. So
I think
excellent.
that'll do it.
So I
That is
re-rolled to a 6 and a 4.
Excellent.
Plus
Yes,
one,
yes,
plus
yes,
one,
yes,
plus
yes.
one. So
Yes. So you are sitting there, floating in drive space, crunching more numbers, and trying to figure stuff out. And you think you've got it, but then you remember there was you're arriving at a place very heavy in lightning, and you adjust some of your numbers and recalibrate your arrival point, and are then quite satisfied that your course through drive space, though uncharted, will proceed without issue.
this math stuff, it is difficult sometimes. It is good to have supercomputer.
Indeed, it's quite helpful. So you chart a course and you jump back into drive space. Now, I feel like the things that you guys are going to be doing for this leg is more or less been covered by the previous one. Pim is going to continue to crunch numbers. Dr. Charles,
I think Ash wanted to do something else.
yes, but just to find this out now, Dr. Charles, you aren't going to look into any more visions?
No, I'm going to sit and meditate within my circle of weird lights.
And just and just try to ignore them? Okay,
Yes.
then, can you please make me one last mental effect save, please?
No. I've been good.
You have been good. However, time sucks.
That is a 12. What is it?
Uh-huh.
I think
It's a
that's
12.
12 is my thing.
12 is
So-
your thing. You have succeeded on every single mental effect save I've given you. Good job.
I like this D20. I'm keeping
Uh-huh.
This is my favorite D20 now. It hasn't tried to kill me once.
Okay.
Yet.
So yeah.
Next time I roll a nat one.
Mm-hmm. So, Lockie, you had some thoughts?
Yes. I was attempting to make some weapon modifications, hopefully, to
Yes.
my mag rifle.
Indeed. What is your current score in tech post tech?
Oh.
Low? Is it 0?
It's a -1.
Oh, it's a -1. Okay.
Yes.
What
I have no training
modification
in it currently.
were you aiming for?
He was more just trying stuff to see what he could come up with, toying about and playing with it.
Okay. So just for the duration of the trip, it's just you pulling it apart, like examining random doodads people have left lying around the workshop. Because I'm sure with all the building that gets done, like Darius has built like one redundant servo too many. Tim's got some spare bits, so it's just like grabbing the like spare parts box and your mag rifle pieces and going, what I could do here.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, cool. Roll me a tech post-tech roll with intelligence to see quite what you can sum out and think of.
Oh, that's actually not bad. That is, well, with a -9, it's an 8.
-9?
A -1, sorry. It was 9, a -1. It's an 8.
Mods. Okay. Good night. I did a thing.
Oh, and teaching Molly classic literature.
Classic literature, that's beautiful.
Yes, I want Molly to broadcast to everyone saying, "From hell's heart I step at thee."
From hell's heart indeed. Is this the thing? This is not the thing. What am I doing? I did a thing. No, I didn't do a thing. Good night. I'm a fool. Okay, I'm just gonna do my thing. Right. So things you are tinkering with a 9. So it's the mag rifle, yeah?
Yep.
So while you don't feel like you're pulling it apart, you've got some thoughts in mind. Your mind was kind of like ignited a bit when Tazi handed you that cool, snazzy, like adjustable gun that's like that could be like customized to better fit somebody. And you think, wouldn't it be cool if like my gun were really, really, really specifically good, but just for me? And so you think you like with enough thought and effort, you might be able to figure out a way to make it so that your mag rifle was just really well balanced and comfortable for you. Like you've probably done like the equivalent, like in really basic terms, back on your home planet, where it's like you tape 2 washers to the side of your gun just to slightly shift the balance.
Yeah.
Because it feels more comfortable. But you think with access to the tools and kit you have now, you could do it in a more sophisticated way and make it really yours. So yeah, you think you have an idea.
Alrighty. Well, from that, he's going to attempt to start trying to make it.
Okay.
Probably going over to Tazi every few minutes, going, all right, what can I do with this? How can I go about this? But he's actually trying to actively learn to be able to do it himself as well.
Yeah, fair enough. Make me one more roll. Let's go for, what is it? Is there a roll that implies being educated? Well, Tazi is going to roll instructor because she's instructoring you. Not bad. Just make me another tech post-tech roll just to see how well you feel you are internalizing.
This time I got a 10.
A 10, okay. You're kind of feeling the groove right now. You still feel like you're a bit of a ways off from from properly constructing something, but like Tazi is like over the course of the next 6 days, it's like she's building on your education. Like you'll go to her, she'll see a problem and fix it. You'll go away. You'll come back with a different, more complicated problem. And while she's educating you, she's also kind of like pleased you've internalized the first thing and are building on it. Yeah. So she is proud of you, it seems, for learning something new. She's chuffed. Yes. Okay. Doing some learning indeed. Right. Any other points to cover before you arrive?
No, that's pretty much what he's going to be doing for most of the time.
Okay. So, nobody else, nothing else? Okay. Dr. Charles, day 5, you have lost 5 points of system strain, and because you have not been pushing your body, you were able to regain. What's your current level?
I'm full, level 4.
Okay, so you would have been able to regain 16 hit points. No?
I'm at full health.
Yeah.
It's the first time in
Weeks.
Since the Goethe.
Really?
The Goethe, before the Goethe was the last time I had full hit points.
So you are at 5 off maximum system strain, and after experiencing a crazy trip, you are floating in your pie pan, and all of a sudden there is an option besides the 8 you see. You look directly up, and the weird 8 chunks intersecting above you, there's a white pinpoint hole beginning to open up between them, and it looks like a way out.
I'm going to move towards that.
Okay, you focus with your mind and begin to float upwards, going out and out and out and out. As you go, you feel like these pieces are getting less and less real, less and less tangible, and there's this moment where you kind of glance back down and think, Tiff. What if?
What if?
Can you make me one last mental effect save? As I know Dr. Charles is an absolute glutton for knowledge.
I am, but
and I know that, look, I mean...
know that it will hurt my brain if I stay down here too much longer.
Not to play a character, but I feel like there would be a moment of indecision as you're leaving, which is like, but the possibilities.
There's so much information I can learn here. 12!
There we go.
This rainbow dice is my savior.
Yes. You are able to steal yourself away from this incredibly tantalizing sliver of time-space you found yourself in. And as you fly upwards and out, you can see what you assume are your eyes opening. And after flying up and up and up, you are all of a sudden looking throughout your own eyes, and you are in your body.
I'll probably wake up with a startle, just going, "Damn it!" What?
You glance around. You are in a bed in your med bay, and there is another doctor standing over you.
Hello?
Hello, I'm Dr. Lucy. I'm your attending physician. How are you?
Not quite sure yet. I'll get back to you on that one.
You've been unconscious for 13 days. Which to you is news because it did not feel that long.
I see.
Not even close.
Where are we? Where is everyone?
We are on board your vessel. Shall I call for your friends?
Yes.
All right. She walks to the wall panel, presses the all personnel button. So wherever the crew is across the ship, you just hear. Yes, hello, all hands. This is Dr. Lucy. It seems your friend Dr. Charles has awoken. He would like to speak to you.
I'd probably be first in the room because I'd be in the kitchen, 2 cups of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll just sort of go, look down at the coffee cup, look at the machine, go, do I have time to make another? No. Fuck it, split it between 2 mugs, even though I've been drinking out of it, and walk into the med bay.
And you'd probably hear a loud smash from the cargo deck as Lockie just drops whatever he was working on at the time.
Probably
like
very heavy. Good morning. Yeah, look, I'm pretty shit in the morning too. Here, coffee, drink it. Actually, drink it. None of your fucking tea. And I basically grab Charles by the ear and start like attempting to pour the coffee down his throat.
At which point, like, literally, the cup won't pour any further than like the liquid's getting level because my telekinesis is keeping it steady.
By the time Lockie comes into the room, I'm literally sitting on Charles's chest, trying to force him to drink coffee while the Dr. Lucy is like grabbing me and trying to pull me off it.
Yeah. She's like, no, he's still quite fragile still. No, get off him.
Lockie's just going to kind of stand there just like, I'll see how this plays out.
Catalina will saunter in with her new leather jacket on. Stop, watch for a moment, look at Lockie.
I'm just like swearing heavily in Arabic, saying, "Drink the fucking coffee. Your brain's not working. This will make your brain work."
As you're trying to do that, you notice that there's something not quite right with Charles.
Catalina
will. He doesn't seem to be reacting the way Charles would be reacting. All he's doing is stopping the cup from tipping further. He's not stopping you from like getting on top of him or anything. He's just stopping the cup.
Charles.
Yes? What?
I toss the cup to the side and just let it smash and just go, "You're not angry."
No. They're...
I slap him.
Okay.
Oi. I was joking.
Oi.
There's a... I know you're there. Can you please stop that?
What the fuck is this, Lockie? He's like perfectly conscious. And I just like climb off and just go.
I need my data slab. I need to make records before things are forgotten.
Is his data slab in the room? Or would it
would be like I'd say his effects were probably taken to his bedroom. Like his suit's probably hanging up pressed in his quarters, and he's currently wearing a hospital gown, which may or may not be bothering him at the moment. To you.
You can see that Darius is actually pretty upset. Like he's actually like kind of like imagine you go to a funeral and there's one dude there who's so crazy that he climbs into the coffin to try and wake up whoever it is. That's sort of what Darius is doing.
Oh. So, if you want, somebody can. Actually, I find it funny if Primal basically walked into the room with Dr. Charles's slab in his mouth and just drops it on your lap and then says, "Hello."
At that point, I just
Charles, PhD,
had it subconsciously open my data slab and start typing.
I take like 2 steps back because I'm like, this is not Charles. Something's fucked up.
And I start typing about the structure and the planet first, and start trying to create a sort of like 3D render of what the city looked like from above.
Now, I will tell you that the ships, like, while you are in drive space, your access to external information is limited, but you would have a decent basic map and like cultural database of all known and explored planets on board. So if you felt the need to cross-reference, you could.
I would, like, once I finished writing that down, I'd start cross-referencing that with the information we have, and then start writing a record of the Amazon planet, as well as writing records for each of the other paths I went down.
Cross-referencing.
And at one point, I'd be like, I'd sort of like look up for a moment and just sort of like look at Darius and be like, Palado, ship.
Charles?
Must find the ship Palado.
Darius just sort of gets up and he's got a very, very, very blank look on his room, and he's going to just go and sit in the kitchen with his cup of coffee and just sit at the table, and he looks pretty distressed. So he's going to just be sitting in the kitchen.
Has anyone told Pim?
I think we all figured that he's just listening.
No, he's too busy concentrating on a ship.
We've all gotten so used to Pim just always listening that we just assume that he's chosen to mind his own business for once.
I'd probably, at one point, just sort of be like, Pim, stop ignoring me, damn it! And I just sort of get up out of the bed and just walk across the hall to the computer room and just like bang, bang, bang on the door.
Catalina will turn to Lockie and be like, "It is a bit strange that he hasn't played Rise of the Valkyries yet. Do you think Pim's okay?"
He's just gonna laugh, turn around and go, "Bloody psychics! I don't understand them," and leave the room.
Nope.
Those damn crazy mind people.
Well, Dr. Charles, the door. Oh. Well, the door is not locked. As you bang on it, like. Yep.
I'll just open it.
Yep,
Em, are you in here?
You walk inside, and the room is dark, except for one holo projector that is displaying what looks to be a very finely and meticulously designed ship hull kind of spinning gracefully on the projector in front of you. And you can see various like weird ethereal hands like reaching in, like pulling a detail out like a little bit, and then pivoting and like testing something as Pim is like very carefully working on a project.
It is good to see you are awake, Dr. Charles. Are you feeling better?
Not sure yet. Before the screen. Warp gates. Do you know locations?
I have details of a few locations. I have to. As a fleet migrationary manager, I would have that information.
I need one. Saw something.
So,
Okay.
you'll have to forgive me. Some of the data is corrupted. After 600 years, some of the data does seem to become fragmented. If you give me some time, I will look for those specifics. Do you have any other information for me to use?
A 3D render of a city on unknown planet. Russian background. Not sure where, but need to find it. There's something there I need to see.
Any particular writing or words? It can really help narrow down the area if I know the dialect.
All I know is it looks Russian.
Very well.
I basically show, like, I'll transfer the 3D render of the city across and just be like, that's the best I can do for you. That's like, it might have 1 or 2 letters correct on the sign. That's about it.
Okay. Pim, make me a tech pre-tech roll and a culture spacer roll. Up. Nice, okay. And the culture spacer?
That's tech pre-tech, yes? So that would be the +2. So that's 11. And
Cool.
culture spacer, which I also have skills in. I'm getting all the good rolls.
Oh, buddy, snake eyes. It's gonna happen eventually. Okay,
It was because you literally said, I'm getting all the good rolls.
You jinxed it, man.
You cursed yourself.
There is some information available that you know about jump gates. The last known location of a jump gate anywhere in this sector was in Hex 0600.
Data corrupted. Sifting. Purging. Several bits of information fragmented. Location specific.
Which, for context, is
Hex 0600.
up here.
I'm transmitting you some base coordinates of where a warp gate would have been. Does this help you, Dr. Barker?
Possibly. We'll have to see. Not quite sure.
Do you have any other information for me?
At that point, I send him the messages of the massive lava worm. I probably send him like my entire list of ramblings, but he doesn't get all of the information probably until the next day because I sit up all night just
Making more
typing
rambling.
away.
So if we were to smash cut to the next day, I'd say there would be a very appropriate, like, bloodshot eyes, Dr. Charles, like propped up in bed from the waist, like waist down is just under the covers, but it's just like slab on your lap, furiously typing. There's all these weird, like, holographic projections in front of you with lines connecting them.
Yes,
That's
exactly what it is.
So if somebody cared to check on you the next morning, it would be, oh my god, it's Charlie Day.
I'm still just sitting in the kitchen. I've basically just kept going back to the kitchen drinking coffee. And I look just as bloodshot as Charles does.
Oh, wow, okay. So the information you send off to Pim, I'm dropping things, Pim, just make me one more culture spacer roll, just to see what you can pull together sector-wide in general.
Double fives.
Solid. Okay. The
So
takeaway...
what is that exactly? Culture spacer?
Culture spacer. With intelligence,
That's an 11.
because you are recalling information. Okay. So, the main takeaway from your... Hang on. I can turn to the page for things. Okay, so one major takeaway from seeing Russian writing is there are only 3 planets with Russian as a native language in the entire sector. They are all tech level 4, and you have been on or near most of them. You have been to QP and its surface. What you saw did not fit the QP description. The second Russian planet is Harbona. The third Russian planet, which you were in orbit around, was a planet called Thymoites. And
That's the one I need to go to. Ah!
Is it? Fancy that.
Mother.
Process of elimination. Dr. Charles Barker, there are exactly 2 possible planets. One is Thymoites, the other is Harbona.
Like, I don't appear to hear you at the moment. I'm just typing. And, like, the moment I finish typing what I need, I literally just sort of, like, stop, close my data slab, put it on my bedside table, and then just turn around and go to sleep.
You're like, the answers! I'm done.
That's basically it. He, like, gets to the point where he's got it all noted, and he can come back to his notes. And because he's a scientist, his notes are long and obscure, and most people that read them would just look at it and go, crazy person ramblings. Awesome. But yeah, the moment I'm done, I literally just go, okay. Turn around, just straight to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll probably wake up the next day.
It seems he's all tuckered out.
So, Pim, with your role, and referring to Dr. Charles's notes, you would also learn about the Amazonians, because he did investigate more thoroughly. That essentially, in cultural terms, there are 2 planets that share a very similar, if not the same, modified genetic strain of humanity, in which humans have been modified so that women are large and strong and bulky, and men are small and feeble. And this shift in hierarchy did have an impact on how they developed, especially since both of these planets were hit hard by the scream. They fell back onto some more primitive instincts, and might makes right was one of them. So these societies pivoted to be very
Planet names?
Like there's a title, like matriarchal societies, yes, where the women are in charge. These 2 planets are in Hex 202 and Hex 204, called Bermejo and Clytemnestra. Bermejo is known to have a population that speaks Spanish, while on Clytemnestra they speak Greek.
Do you mind, like, saying the hexes again and their names again?
Bermejo, which is Bermejo, is in Hex 0202. And Clytemnestra is Clytemnestra, and is in Hex 204. So they are not far apart from each other in terms of space. So one is here, one is here. Both are reported to be Tech Level 2 societies with a happy, breathable atmosphere.
Okie dokie then.
That is.
Reported to be tech level 2, but with suits of advanced armor and spaceships. That.
Indeed. That is what has been reported, yes.
Oh god, they're the Krogans.
Oh, yes, one more thing. There are records of giant lava worms. And if you had cared to tell Lockie, he could have helped you with that. They are from the planet Ojaria, which is where the Bayer's mercenary corporation, a place where he worked, was based.
All right,
That is
well,
in
Charles has fallen asleep, so Pim's going to disappear back off to the supercomputer. He's going to do a quick once around and check on each individual member of the crew. If they seem okay, he's going to leave them alone.
Okay. I'm going to do a thing, and then I think we shall call it.
Okay.
The thing is arriving. So, it has been 12 days of arduous starship travel, flying through space, being a bit bored, working on projects, stuff like that. And as Dr. Charles is having his morning tea or whatever he wants to do after having probably a very, very long night's rest.
Like, I wake up the next day and, like, literally walk out of my room in, like, fairly nice shirt and pants with my data slab under my arm, walk over to the kitchen table, sort of set up my data slab, go get a cup of tea, come back to the slab, and just sit there, sip my tea, and start working. I seem fairly normal now, though.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine as I come out, Darius is like sitting there with like 20 cups of coffee around him, and he's like picking up the newest one that he's made and giving it a sniff, putting it back down, and I'm just sort of gonna like look over and be like, "Are you okay, Darius?"
You are?
For the most part, I had some weird dreams while I slept. What happened with the space station? I was on the ship with Dimitri, and then I was in a void. The best way to explain it.
Darius just like looks down at the cups again and then looks back up at Charles and just goes, "It was my fault.
What?
Pushed too hard. I pushed you. You blew up spike drives. You were out."
Ah, yes. Oh, so it worked? I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not. I remember seeing a bright light.
Darius just stands up, grabs him by the coat, and just goes, "Look, I know I'm a little bit off the cuff, right? And I'm generally the loose cannon around here. I don't like having two. Especially when I'm the loose cannon, it's only putting me at risk."
People asked for a way to destroy the station. I just gave them the logical answer. Whether or not that was a danger to me doesn't really help. You wouldn't have been able to destroy the station any other way.
Darius is actually going to scream in his face, "You weren't fucking in control."
All I did was give an answer to a question. You needed the station gone. I gave you a way to do it. Whether or not that answer harmed me is no one's fault but my own. No one else in the crew was affected, right?
No, it's mine. I thought I had control of the situation, and I didn't. And then that happened, right after you nearly died from bounty hunters from me.
Since when have we been able to have control of any situation we've been in recently? Really? I gave us the best logical solution to the problem we had at the time. That is all. I am now fine. I could do with another couple of days sleep, but for the most part, I am fine.
Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Pim, if you do not shut that up, I'm breaking all the speakers on the ship.
It appears that he is okay, Darius.
Darius is just sort of standing there staring a little bit and just...
It was my choice to give you the answer. I knew the risks after the first spike drive went off. No one else is to blame for it but myself. Okay?
Yeah,
Are we agreed?
Okay. Yeah, alright.
You need sleep.
Probably.
Would you
just
like
let
a
go of,
glass of whiskey?
I don't drink... You know what? Fuck it. Give me the bottle.
I walk out and be like, you're not getting the bottle. This is the good stuff. And I pour you a nice 3-finger glass and hand it to you, and I go put the bottle back in my room. Go get some rest. You're going to need it, I think. I have no idea what we're doing. So,
As you say that, you feel the now all too familiar sensation of the spike drive spooling down, as it feels like you are about to leave drive space and arrive at your destination.
I imagine by this point I'm getting quite sensitive to the spike drive, so it's like sort of like nails on a chalkboard as it's spooling up and down. And it's like,
we're slowing down, aren't we?
Yep, cool. I'm gonna go take some aspirin.
And like as you like stand up to get some aspirin, you turn around and basically you can see a straight shot down the hallway to the cockpit and can see out the front windows that you have just jumped into the edge of a nebula.
What the fuck are we doing here?
I sort of turn back to Charles now and just go, salvage. If we're going to Harbona, we need a bigger ship. More guns.
Right.
A lot of wild and crazy colors, predominantly blues, purples, and greens, just happily churning and swirling away. There's occasional flashes of pieces of space dust, rocks, and debris moving across. And deep, deep within the cluster of space dust and gas, you see what must be a truly colossally large discharge of lightning. Just go and light up a portion of the nebula.
Right. I see. Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm going to go have to talk to everyone and figure out what the fuck is going on. I've been asleep for a while.
And you're doing some random job. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
God damn it.
So, explanation. There's a hell of a lot more behind it than just Darius being a dick. Like just saying in chat.
He's like, the dilemma, be a dick, don't be a dick.
Also,
No, Darius totally blames himself for all of Charles because, okay, look, first, it was the bounty hunters that nearly killed him. Then it was the space station that he thought he was in control of. He thought he was pulling everything off perfectly. He thought he'd executed everything fine, and then got hit by the shock of, oh, actually, we've got a crew member in a coma that I didn't even realize.
It wouldn't have lasted long, but no, someone had to get all fucking side.
Yeah, and then there's the standard, yes, Darius is a dick and he has a double standard, and that double standard is that he will take massive risks if it puts him in danger, but no one else is allowed to do that.
The way Charles sees it at the moment is he basically became omnipotent for a moment. For 12 days, he had limits of omnipotent, of like, I can see the universe!
omniscience, not
Omniscience.
omnipotence. Yes.
I'm like, I can see the universe. I am
All right.
God.
Yeah, so
From what
that's
we've said
more behind
earlier-
Darius's reactions, because I don't think it came out in that.
From what Ali said earlier, it would probably be a good idea to raid sooner rather than.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Good point.
That being
We
said,
have-
we don't have all too many people to raid with. I think it might even just be us, depending on who's on.
It is a possibility.
I don't care. This was fun all the same. Good storytelling
I
is
normally-
the reward.
Oh, don't get me
Let
wrong.
it
I bloody
Play for
agree.
ages, so
I didn't expect to talk at all this session. I was just going to be like, I'm designing.
Yes.
Taka, taka, taka,
and-
taka.
And I intentionally made sure that you did speak
Hmm.
because you should engage and people will want to talk to you.
Fair. Fair.
So,
Okay.
on a quick note, I also completed one of my goals,
Yes.
which was wake up from a coma.
How long have you had that goal?
2 sessions.
Oh boy! I'm going to
Because
give
I-
you 200 points of experience.
200. Hey,
Maybe,
it's getting me closer.
maybe
It
we
is
should
getting you good.
only put wake up from a coma as a goal, so that first one of the means is go into a coma.
Yeah, so like actively trying to put ourselves like, hey, do you reckon I can drink all this bleach and then headbutt the wall really hard?
If I ever manage to figure out how to fix Darius, the experience I'm going to get from that.
We mean physically, right? Just double checking.
If
I
I
have had that goal since the session that he broke himself.
that's
Mhm.
true.
What was that?
I've got a goal that's currently 37 sessions. It's been there since session 1.
Well, yeah, Darius is an irrational bastard for a reason, and half of that is he's burnt out half his brain. I mean,
Oh, pardon me.
On the one hand, we've got to go to Yakootahn. On the other hand, jelly beans.
So who are we rating?
I figured Games Lab, since they only have 6 viewers at the moment too.
Sure.
Yeah, good call. Raid Games Lab. Yes, Raid Games Lab.
Are we ready? Are you
We
ready?
are
ready.
Yeah.
Hey.
All right, everybody. We will see y'all next time.
Have a good night.
Bye.
y'all.
Ta-ta.
And rating.
Cool.